Hello everyone, my name is Katie and this is the Greenland Quilter channel, and I am going to leave this running while we are getting one heck of a snowfall here. So I thought I would leave this running while I do other things. And I hope y'all will just come in and say hi from time to time, hit the like button, share the live, and sit and watch the snowfall for a while because that's what's going to be happening here. So yeah, I hope you'll enjoy it. I hope you can see it because it looks like it's sitting, and it looks like it's sleeting and snowing. But earlier it was doing nothing but snowing. So hope you enjoy yourself. Have fun. I'll be watching from my phone, and I'll answer any questions and whatever. But I'm going to leave this running. Some people are stupid. Turn out the lights. La, ha. Yeah, I wish I could play some music. We need music, music, music. Can y'all hear anything? Let me know in the chat if you can hear me talking or not. Okay, I was, golly, I'm barely talking very loud. That's so funny. I'm going to be talking to y'all on my other phone in a few minutes because I'm gonna move to the bedroom. But I want you guys to see our weather because we are getting a ton of snow. It's crazy. need to get something in here, and then I'll start talking to them in the chat through my phone. It's okay. I think I'm going to read to you guys a little bit. And I hope you can hear me okay. Because I'm sitting over the laptop. But the phone is sitting in the window. So I'm just going to read and try to talk long enough. Or loud enough so you can hear me. So the first thing I'm going to read to you. And we'll do this until I feel like I could go to sleep. So the first one is The Man of the Moon. The Man of the Moon was perceived by the Inuit as a god in human form. He was attributed a human figure as well as human characteristics such as anger, envy, and jealousy. It is this aspect that explains how an Anga, the Greenlandic shaman or prominent great hunters, could sometimes defeat or trick the gods, as known from many of the myths. The Man of the Moon was named Aniguak, Greenlandic for moon, but was also referred to as Kamadip Inua, the moon's Inua, understood as the Inua power that controlled the moon and gave it life. Like the mother of the sea, the Man of the Moon was a punishing deity who punished the Inuit with failed hunting, hunger, storms, or other collective sanctions for breaches of hunting rituals or taboos. The Man of the Moon was also associated with a man's sexual potency and the ability to impregnate women. Therefore, he was also perceived as the deity who, from his house on the moon, sent children down to the women to earth. Since the Man of the Moon was a personalized or personified version of the moon's Inuit, it was also his task to control the tide, i.e., the relationship between high and low tide. There are many myths about the Man of the Moon, known in various local variations. The most widespread was the origin myth about the sun and the moon's creation, explained from a story of the brother, the moon, who chased his sister, the sun, into the sky. Inua refers to a spirit or soul inhabiting natural objects and phenomena. It embodies the concept that everything in nature has a spirit, reflecting the animistic aspects of Inuit beliefs where humans, animals, and even elements like the sea, the sky, and the wind possess an Inuit, giving them life and personality. The belief underscores the interconnections and mutual respect between humans and nature in Inuit culture. Do I need to go louder, or is the sound okay? When the winter darkness had settled over Greenland for months on end and the frost has taken hold, People would pass the time on their sleeping benches in their small, low-peaked houses by telling old legends and myths that had been passed down through generations. The children would prick up their ears as they took in the stories which they would one day tell to their own children. Greenlandic legends and myths are often brutal, a testament to life on the edge of survival. They don't take place in a specific time, perhaps 1,000 years ago, in a time when people were made from stronger stuff than they are today. Although children today can access stories from across the world via electronic media, and oral tales can still complete with digital ones and capture children's imaginations. In the book, the stories have been prioritized about children and young people to help young readers identify with the protagonists. As all myths and legends are based on oral traditions, there are often several versions of the same story, depending on how much the narrator has added or omitted, and more importantly, remembered. The book has chosen the versions that they found most fascinating and vibrant. This anthology is mainly based on myths and legends from Greenland by Gnud Rasmussen, volumes 1 to 4 selected by Jorn Ryle. Jorn Ryle has given permission for stories to be based upon his version of Gnud Rasmussen's original myths and legend, and that's that part. Y'all still there, or did you leave? No, you're still here. Okay, let me see what we can talk about next. Okay, let's do this one. The bears that caught belugas. There once was a man who had a son he loved very much. One day the boy fell ill with a rash all over his body. The father had no idea what to do about it or how he could help his son. So he walked inland hoping to find something that might cure his child. He reached a small river where he was lucky enough to catch salmon. He brought the salmon back hoping that somehow it would help. When he came home, he let the tongue of the salmon touch the boy's rash, and all the boy's spots and sores disappeared as if by a miracle. The boy recovered and grew up to be a strong and brave young man. One winter, the cold was especially severe. The sea was covered with thick ice, which made it almost impossible to catch anything. The people in the settlement were beginning to starve. Most hunters had given up going out to hunt, but the young man went out every day to see if he might be lucky enough to catch something. One day, when the sun was shining very bright, he walked to the top of the mountain. Then he sat down and looked across the icy sea. Suddenly, he saw something in the distance that looked like a blow spray that comes out when a whale surfaces and breathes through the blowhole. It meant that there might be an opening in the ice, a stretch of open water where whales could come up for air. He hurried home to his father to tell him this news, and the next day he got up very early and he made his way to the hole in the ice. When he arrived, he realized he wasn't the only person to have discovered the stretch of clear water. 3 big men were busy catching belugas. Each of them had caught a very big whale. The young man managed to catch a somewhat smaller one. The man asked him if he would like to come to their home to visit them. However, the young man knew that the people from his settlement were starving, so he decided to hurry back with his catch. He promised to visit them another time. It was true that people in the settlement were starving, but he was also a little scared of the big man. Besides, it sounded as if their home was a long way away. The men slung the heavy whales over their shoulders as if they weighed nothing at all and walked away from the hole in the ice, taking long strides. The young man dragged his small whale home with great difficulty, and by the time he got back, it had already grown dark. Everyone was overjoyed that he had come back with food, and it didn't take long to eat the small whale. The young man told his father about the three men and their invitations to visit them. His father thought that he shouldn't go. You never could tell what kind of people they might turn out to be. But the young man had nothing else to do, so instead of just sitting at home twiddling his thumbs, he decided to go back to the hole to the ice, or in the ice. The next morning he woke up early, and when he reached the stretch of clear water, he saw that the three men were already busy hunting. Two of them had each caught a whale already, and the third was just about to. The young man carefully watched how the third man did it. A big male beluga surfaced, blowing mightily into the air. The third man pounced on it and followed it into the water when he dived back down. It took such a long time before he reappeared that the young man was sure that the man must have drowned. But suddenly he shot up to the surface with an enormous dead white whale in tow. The young man also caught a whale with his harpoon. The three men asked again if he would like to come home with them, but again he declined. He would rather wait until the next day, and then he would come only to visit them and not catch whales. When the young man came home, he told his father that he intended to visit the big men the next day. His father was worried, but he couldn't stop his sons from doing so. When the young man went out to the water the next day, the men were busy hunting. He watched them jump into the sea along with the whales, not resurfacing until they had killed them. Yet again they asked if he would like to visit them, and this time the young man had no excuses, so he said yes. They started walking toward the men's house. The young man didn't dare walk in front of them in case they decided to ambush him from behind. But they walked so quickly and their strides were so long that he struggled to keep up. The closer they got to their house, the faster they walked. The young man had to run to keep up because the men were walking so fast that the whales they were dragging behind them hardly ever touched the ground. The house was so far away that they didn't reach it until it was dark. The men went inside the house with the whales, but the young man stayed outside for a moment to catch his breath, and also because he was a little apprehensive about entering. When he finally pulled himself together and stepped inside, they had already eaten the three whales. Only the heads and a little of the necks were left. Apart from the three big men, there were also two old people inside the house. They were so old that their faces was completely white. "Oh, what a shame we don't have any fresh meat for our guests," they said. So they found something else to give him, and when everyone had eaten, they started telling stories about their adventures. The big man boasted about their strength, and the young man thought that it would be wise to get along with them. He regretted going with them, and he didn't feel very comfortable. He wouldn't stand a chance against the strong men if they decided to attack him. Suddenly the men's father suggested that his three sons should test their strength against the young man. The young man got very scared, and before he knew it, the men had lowered a net from the ceiling into which they threw the young man. They pushed the net back and forth between them like a swing, and the young man nearly smashed his head against the roof before they pushed him so hard. He could see that the men were getting ready to pounce. He managed to jump out of the net and onto the floor. The men loomed over him menacingly, and the young man had nearly died of fright when suddenly one of them said, "Our parents gave us some amulets when we were little so that we could take on all kinds of prey. Our amulets are little prawns. What's yours?" Now the young man didn't have an amulet, but he racked his brain, and then he remembered the rash he had all over his body when he was little. He said, "A small salmon was my amulet." Then the old man intervened. He said that a salmon, even a small one, had more power than a prawn, so he warned his sons against testing their strength against the young man. They wouldn't be able to beat him, given how strong his amulet was. The young man breathed a sigh of relief, yet he was too scared to drop his guard completely. When they went to bed that night, he stayed awake until everyone else was fast asleep. And then he slipped out of the house, and though it was pitch black outside, he ran as fast as he could. Soon he could hear that someone was chasing after him. He glanced over his shoulder and he saw two polar bears so old they were completely bald around their ears. He realized he couldn't outrun them, so instead of continuing toward the hole in the ice, he veered off and took the shortcut directly to the settlement. The polar bears didn't notice what he did because it was so dark, and so he got away from them. When he got home, he told his father about his experiences, and they realized that he had visited bears in human form. And so it happened that the salmon, which had once saved him from his wreck, also saved his life. And that's the end of this story. Hi, Marianne. Katie, could you please change our camera view so we... No, no. This is so you guys can see it snowing clearly. I set this up so that you can watch what's going on outside right now. How are you doing, Marianne? Hi, Sewing Wolf. How are you? So the next one I'm going to read to you is called Quilter, who turned into a salmon. Once upon a time, there was an old man who had one son and many daughters. Hey, Rita. The son's name was Quilter, and he was a skilled hunter. Now that his father had grown old, Quilter was the one who went hunting for food for the family. The whole family would go caribou hunting at the bottom of the fjord. Once they got there, the sisters would drive the caribou into the lake where Quilter would be waiting in his kayak ready to dispatch them. Then a caribou calf swam very close to his kayak. He grabbed its tail and played with it for a while when it suddenly kicked out and upended the kayak. Quilter tried to climb back inside, but the kayak filled with water and he had no choice but to abandon it. On the shore, his sisters watched him struggle. They were worried because Quilter didn't know how to swim, and they were distraught that they couldn't help him. Suddenly, Quilter called out from the lake. "The salmon had started to eat my legs!" exclamation, he said. He slowly sank to the bottom, losing consciousness. When Quilter came around, he discovered that he had turned into a salmon. The father and the rest of the family sailed home to their settlement, and the father now had to go hunting again like he used to when he was younger. But he had no wish to go to the bottom of the fjord to hunt caribou any longer. Once Quilter had turned into a salmon, he would swim with the other salmon into the sea to grow fat before returning to the lake every year when the ice broke up. Several years later, his father decided to hunt caribou again, along with his daughters, and so he rode into the fjord. It was very difficult for him. The trip reminded him so much of his son that he started to weep. As they were rowing the awhile, Quilter and a big run of salmon came swimming down the fjord on their way to the lake. When Quilter saw the awhile with his father and his sisters, he swam up to them and nibbled the father's steering oar. The father grew scared quickly and withdrew the oar and said, "I wonder if that's Quilter." At that, the sisters started to cry. They too missed their brother. When the father put the steering oar back into the water, Anderdeck bit it hard. This time his father slowly pulled up the oar so the Anderdeck came with it. Once Anderdeck surfaced, he was transformed back into a man. His father and his sisters were overjoyed, and Anderdeck hunted for food for his family for many years. Yes, Shirley, I'm fine. What's going on, Shirley? How you doing, Rita? Rita says, I don't like snow, but there's something relaxing about watching it drops go down the window. Yeah, I can't figure out if that's sleet or rain, or if it's actually snow melting on the glass. But you should see how much snow has fallen. Hello, Rita, Shirley, June, Soul Wolf, and Lurkers. Yeah, it looks like sleet to me too, by the way it's rolling down the window. But you should see how much snow hit there's about a foot of snow on the ground. Okay, this one is, I'm going to read, is called The Woman Who Taught Herself to Hunt. Once upon a time, there was a man and his wife who had only one child. Yeah, I agree, Lori. It looks like it's a mixture. The man was a great shaman and they loved their son very much, but unfortunately, the little boy died. The parents were distraught and felt terrible also toward each other. So when the people from the settlement decided to move to a new place, the man went off with the others without taking his wife. As they sailed away in the Umiak, another woman said to the man, why aren't you taking your wife? You can't just leave her behind all alone. The man made no reply. He just looked straight ahead and carried on rowing. No one else in the boat said anything. They pretended they hadn't heard the conversation. The woman who had been left behind in the abandoned settlement was furious with her husband, but she decided she would try to survive on her own. What her husband didn't know was that she was expecting another child. She left the settlement and wandered for days until she reached the sea. There she saw a giant whale which was beached. A seagull was sitting on top of the dead whale pecking at the flesh. The woman chased away the seagull and started cutting big chunks of meat from the whale. All on her own, she carried the heavy pieces of meat a little further inland. Then she built herself a house from whale's enormous ribs and bones which she collected from the shore. She made window panes from the whale guts to let the light into the house. She gave birth to her baby girl inside this house when her time had come. It was a little girl. The baby soothed the pain of losing her first child, and the woman did everything she could to make her little daughter happy. She fetched some seal flippers from the water's edge and made dolls out of them for her daughter. When winter arrived, foxes started coming right up to the house to eat from her store of whale meat. So she made some snares from whale sinews in order to catch them. In this way she caught several foxes. She skinned them and used their skins for bedding so that she and the baby could sleep more comfortably. She caught so many foxes that she was able to line the walls and the ceiling with foxskin, and this made her house cozy and warm. One day when the mother was sewing, the little girl said, "One of my dolls can't move." She says, "Oh, nonsense, you just play with your dolls." But the child insisted, "No, one of my dolls really can move." A few days later the girl said, "Mother, one of my dolls is a shaman. It says my father will come tomorrow." But again the mother said, "Don't be silly, you haven't got a father." But the girl insisted, "My doll says that once it has grown dark and then light again, my father will come." But her mother refused to listen to her. The next morning they heard strange noises outside. The mother looked out the window and saw a man approaching on a sled. He came right up to the house, stepped off his sled, and entered. Now the mother could see that the man was her husband. He looked about the house. He was clearly impressed with what he saw. "How did you manage to catch all those foxes?" he wanted to know. "With snares I made from whale sinews," she said, and told him how she had found the whale that had provided them with food and building materials for the house. The man stayed in the house that night, and the next morning he wanted to take the woman and the little girl home to his new settlement. But the woman refused. She was fine where she was. Then the man left on his sled, and the woman and the child lived in the house during the winter, eating the rest of the whale meat. The following spring, the woman decided to go to her husband's new settlement after all. She packed up all their things and left with her daughter. When she reached the settlement, she discovered that her husband had married another woman when he saw his first married another woman, but when he saw his first wife and their child, he left his new wife and remarried his first wife. They lived together for many years, and when the man died, the woman lived on her own with her daughter. She provided for them both, and she would go hunting and catch seals and fish and other animals so they never went hungry. After all, she had taught herself to hunt when she lived all along by the sea. She could do anything. Oh, now we got snow. Yeah, that does look like snowflakes. I'm kind of hoping the window will stop having, where you can see the snow coming down. Lori says, "Katie, how do I share my channel? Keyword left out. Exclamation selfie." I'm going to do something real quick. I'm going to go over to my. I think I have some stories, or at least one story of my own that I wrote, and I have some poetry too that I can read to you guys. Because I never told y'all that I have a few things, so let me go look for it. Because I think it's on my blog. Let me see what I can find. Hmm. Oh, blocks. I'm trying to find what I'm looking for. I hope I can find it. If not, it means I didn't put it on like I thought I did. But I thought I put them online somewhere. Just gotta find them. I could have sworn I had put some of them on WordPress, but apparently I didn't. And I may not find them even on here. I don't know. Might have to write them on, find them in, because I know I got them backed up somewhere. Let me see what I could find. Nope, not there on older post. Okay, here's one. This one's poetry. This one's called that I wrote. I wrote them in college. This one's called Seasons. Seasons change. Seasons. Days bright and cool. Shortened daylight hours. Nature's signal for subtle change color. Native legend says hunters in the sky killed the great bear each autumn, dripping his blood on the earth, turning leaves deep red, roasting bear meat from a celestial kettle, turning other leaves yellow. That was one of them. I know I have some more here somewhere. And this one was written by my daughter Kristen. Concerned because I know you are alone going through scary times with Nika. Yeah, that's why I'm not asleep, because I've been having bad dreams, Shirley. So that's why I'm here, and I thought I would read to you guys a little bit because I don't feel like being in front of the camera. So this is from Kristen's poem to her deceased dad, and this was in July of 2009. She says, Daddy, if you could say just one thing, what would you say? Would you say that you love me, or would you say that you're sorry? Would you tell me that I am your world? Daddy, 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 just one thing, just one thought, what would you say? You left me with such quickness, I had no idea you were even gone. You never said goodbye, you never kissed my cheek, you showed me your sadness, and then you were gone forever. Daddy, if you could say just one thing, what would it be? Would you tell me that I'm beautiful? Would you tell me that you're proud of who I've become? Would you say you're sorry for leaving me alone? You never gave me a chance to tell you never gave me a chance to tell you how I feel. You never gave me the chance to share my world. Daddy, why did you have to leave so soon? Daddy, I miss you. I need you. Here, I find myself searching for strength. Daddy, if I could say just one thing, this is what it would be. Daddy, I'm sorry I was so bitter. Daddy, I have always loved you. I wish you could see the person I've become. Daddy, tell me that you're proud. Tell me that you love me. Daddy, if you could say just one thing, what would it be? Would you tell me that I'm worth it? Would you tell me that I'm strong and that I can do anything? Would you tell me that you're proud to be my father? Daddy, I miss you. I wish you could come home. If I just had one thing, it would be to bring you home with me. Daddy, why did you leave? I'm slowly forgetting your voice. I'm forgetting all I want to keep and remembering all I want to forget. Daddy, why did you have to leave? I wish you could hear all I have to say. I wish you were here to say that it will be okay. Daddy, I know that you would be so proud of me. Daddy, I love you. I never meant to hurt you. If you could say just one thing, what it would be. That's the end of it. And oh, that's by someone else. Okay. She wrote this right after her dad 17. That's when her dad committed suicide. The last thing we had, the last time we saw him, it was me and her that saw him, and it was in the middle of a big, huge argument between the two, me and her and him. So she blamed herself. She doesn't blame herself anymore, though. Oh, I can read one of them. Let me see here. Hmm. I don't know if I want to read that or not. Thanks, Lori. Trying to find some more of my writing. I do have some more. I just got to find it. It's kind of, I don't know. Either that or it's on my Facebook one. Mm-hmm. Okay. I think, nope, not there. Wow. That's interesting. When I read the poem, I was like, wow. I'm still trying to find the rest of my stuff. Let me try 2013. Nope, it's not here either. Okay. Let me see if it's on my Facebook, because it might be. I do have some writing on there too. Because at the time they didn't have all these places. It's just not easy to find because I don't remember exactly where I stuck it at. Alright, where is it? Because you can do writings on Facebook and save them. Friends, photos. Oh my goodness. When I want to find something, I can never find it, which is hilarious. Isn't that the way it always goes when you want to share something and then you can't find it? This really sucks because I could have sworn I had it on my blog. I really did think I put it on my blog. Go figure. Unless it's inside and I just haven't put it on my, which could be the case. Now I've gotten somewhere I don't want to be. Account. What? Search and search. Lori says she is talented. I really felt that. Yeah. My kids, they sometimes they'll. It's when Lynn was dealing with the loss of her dad, because I have two daughters and a son, and the oldest one, she's the artist, and she painted three. It was a three. It was actually a senior project actually, and it was a 3-part painting, and the first painting showed it was colorful, but right in the middle of this colorful painting, she had a big, huge crack going through the middle of it, painted crack. Then the second one, was what her. I'm only going to describe it, and then you'll have to interpret it yourself. She had took fiberglass and painted red and black all across it in a certain kind of way. Then she punched holes in the plastic, and that's how she left it. And I can't remember what the third one looks like, but basically it's a progression of from the time our family started big cracks showing to the end when he passed away. Because he suffered from depression, but none of us saw that coming. I mean, it was shocking because we would have never thought that he would have gone. There was times when we thought he would just leave because of the way he was, but that wasn't what we. Yeah, it was just shocking. Our creativity is an outlet. Yes, it is. My son was the only one that didn't know how to get through it. But now he's doing so much better. I have something funny to tell you guys. So he called me not yesterday, but day before yesterday. And he says, "Mom, I want to show you something." And I'm like, "What you gonna show me?" He says, "Hold your horses. I'm gonna show you." I'm like, "Okay." And I didn't even know what I didn't. I figured he'd gone and bought a game or something. I thought that's what he was going to show. He says, "Look what I found. I found you a 1985 bobblehead Godzilla." He found, and it was in its original. It hadn't been opened ever, and it was the 1985 Godzilla. And I said, "So, do I need to give you some money for it?" He said, "No, I bought it for you. It's for you." I was so excited because I wanted you to see it. So he bought me a bobbleheaded Godzilla, and I am super happy about it. Because that's the first time my son has bought me anything, to be frank. He usually doesn't think about it. Maybe I need to go back to where I started. Because maybe I'm looking for this all wrong. I can't find it now. Oh my god, that is so not cool. See here. Add the feature, edit bio, edit details. Hmm. Seems I can't find it. So that means I'm going to have to dig through my. I have a notebook with all my writing in it, and I'll have to rewrite it again. Dang it. Because I have a folder with all my stuff in it. That's interesting indeedy. Because I wrote a story, one of the stories I wrote about had to do with going hunting with my dad. It was the one time I ever did anything with him. The one time. I maybe found it, maybe. We'll see. I'm not going to get excited because I might not have. Let me see here. Nope, that's not it. Nope, that's not it. Let me see. Cross favors. Nope, I don't think so. That's so weird that I can't find it now because I know it's here. It's just not easy to find up underneath Facebook for some weird reason. I don't know exactly why that is. Hi, Lori Colgan. How are you? This is aggravating that I cannot find it. Very aggravating. And I guess we don't have a search button where, It's just not here. Well, I'm sure it is. I just haven't figured out how to find it. Anyhow. Oh, it's starting to become daylight. I wonder if it stopped snowing now. See the snow plastered against the houses? Maybe if I Googled it, asked the question, maybe it'd tell me where to find it. Lori says, I spell it the easy way. Hidden messages. Okay. How do these things keep hidden on your Facebook? Didn't think I had it hidden. I thought people could see it. But maybe not. I don't know. That's so weird. Maybe I need to go back to this. This is hilarious. Very hilarious. Unless Facebook removed it because it wasn't staying active enough. Which that could have happened too without me even knowing about it. Which would be sucky if that's the case. Hi, Chris. I'm trying to find some poetry and stories that I wrote. I was going to share some of them with you guys. Because the camera's not on me, it's pointed at the window outside so you can see that it's snowing. You know how sometimes you want to just share something different? That's what I'm doing. I know, right, Chris? It was interesting because when I took a taxi home, um, me and the taxi driver were talking about how the weather had cleared out because we could see the sky and everything. But when we were headed in my direction, you could see these huge cumulus clouds back behind the mountain of the lake. And I said, no, that sure does look like weather to me. And he says, I agree. Can you see how the snow is glued to these houses? That's what it's been doing it's been doing it since, I don't know, about, I came home, did a little bit of stuff in the online, and then I went to lay down because I didn't sleep the night before at all. And I think this camera can be turned up some more, maybe. Do y'all want me to make the camera taller? Would that help? Well, no, because I don't want to do that, because it'll pull the camera away from the screen. Or away from the window, that is. But maybe I can figure out something to make it taller. Let me see what I can figure out here. Put it up higher in the air. Because that might help. Because I see that you can see that it's showing me the deck privacy wall. Let's try this. And it's not much better, but it's better than it was, I guess. Well, that sucks that I can't find what I was looking for. Since somebody brought up the solidarity from yesterday, what did y'all think about that yesterday? I didn't get a chance to talk to you today because I decided not to do the live, my usual live, because I was tired. So what did you think about that? I'm curious. Tell me what you thought. Hello, Extreme. It's actually only, let me see, let's see what, yeah, this is what our weather is looking like right now. Ooh, I need to put, well, shit. Let's see here. Extreme said something. Let me catch that real quick. Um, where did I miss it? Oh, wait. Things are I'm catching up. Hang on, because I'm looking at this phone while talking to you from somewhere else. If you're coming in here to stir up trouble, I'm gonna have to put you out. Cause yeah, I don't need to hear all or see that. Greenland's gonna be here forever, like it has for the last 5,000 years. Yes, we get sun all the time. 30 degrees Fahrenheit's not that cold. Yes, we get lots of sun. And it's green, and when spring comes and everything melts, we get lots of green things, and it stays green all the way to fall time again. And we've been having a lot of warm sun. Well, that's okay, because that's what it sounded like you were doing. It's okay. Yeah, sewing with. I wish I'd have realized the wind was causing so much noise when I was talking to the girls. So the two girls I talked to, Naya and Krista, they are Bitsy's daughters. Thank you, Extreme. Yeah, I had fun talking to them, and then I got to talk to Bitsy at the end. So you probably saw that too. I guess Kenneth was off working since he's an ambassador to Greenland, so he must be over. He's probably working over with the Arctic Command and everything. Not Arctic Command, Arctic something. I can't remember the name of it. What happens if you go outside with water? Does it instantly freeze? No. It's only 2 degrees below freezing right now. So this is a typical right now. Let me see what state has because I think I saw. Let me see here. Where do you live at Extreme? I mean, do you live in the United States or do you live somewhere else? Uh-oh, I need to plug in a power source. Be right back. I'm gonna get a cord. Hi, Gina. Okay, let me catch up on what you said. Let's see. Lord, well, let me back up a little bit here. Extreme says, well, it snows here too, but it isn't covered 24/7, and this seems to be a place where the majority of the year it would be cold. Nope, that's misconception. Um, Actually, South Greenland has had South Greenland and parts of Greenland actually further north have been having less snow or no snow. This has been the first snowfall. This is the first major snowfall where we've gotten this much in a long, long time. Our lake just froze up about 2 weeks ago, and we've had two small amounts of snowfall which turned around and got melted out because we got wind from the south. And right now, according to the bot, it looks like we got what did the bot say? It was, I think it said that the wind was from the south. So it wouldn't surprise me if all the snowfall we got don't turn to rain. I mean to thaw itself out. Lori says it's 24 degrees. You're colder than me. In upstate New York, and it feels like 19. If it switches around my 5 to 28. Yeah, right now it is 33 degrees Fahrenheit. So we are above 1 degree above freezing. Where is the cord stuck left? The cord was in my bedroom. Does Greenland call itself? Wait. Does Greenland call itself with a different name? Germany? Like, yes, it's called Galesit Nunat. June says here oh, I have stuff on. Here the low it's 8 out, feels like -5. See, you guys are colder than me. Hi, Fern King. She says it's 12 degrees and feels like 4 degrees Fahrenheit. And then Extreme says glasses new. No, that's what I heard. I don't know what you mean. Katie, how long is the growing season for gardening? It usually starts in May. It used to wait till June, but because the weather's changed so much in the last 5 years, we're starting to see that we have the ability to start planting about the third week in May, and then we can garden all the way up till about the third or fourth week in September before things start getting extremely cold. Well, and that varies. I mean, the last 5 years we've had no snow in October, November, or December, and we've had temperatures around 40 to 45 degrees during those 3 months. When I first moved here 14 years ago, the lake would already be frozen in October, and there would already be 2 or 3 feet of snow on the ground, and that doesn't happen anymore. Do you feel the effects of global warming way more than other nations? Yes. Definitely. The weather here has changed a lot. We're losing, the ice cap is shrinking. I have pictures of there's different areas down here where you can go up to the ice cap. And I have pictures of several different years, and you can see the progression of the ice cap shrinking. That aggravates me because I can't find my writing. It looks like it's going to stop snowing. At least it seems like it. Did I get disconnected? Nope, I'm still there. Does does cars in Greenland use diesel or just petrol? Most of the cars here are petrol with only big trucks and work trucks and things diesel. And there are also some hybrids here, and there's also actually some electric cars here too. Does cars in Green? Oh, and you said something. Diesel changes into crystals around zero. Yeah, yeah. I don't know the answer to that one about the diesel turning to crystals. It's 35 degrees here in Washington State. Dry at 3:44 a.m. this lovely morning, says Gina. That sounds good. Looks like Lisa's about to go. Wait, was that Lisa or Leona going live in a minute? We are supposed to snow here in Georgia today. I'll believe it when I see it. I know I asked Thomas if you guys were gonna get snow. Do you have something hot to drink? I'm going to make a pot of coffee. I'm drinking a drink with ice in it right now, Gina. You can move the Florida girl, but you can't take the Florida girl out of her. I'm shocked by how many people were watching that solidarity yesterday. Does Greenland have its own language? Yes. Greenlandic is the main language. Danish is the second language, and English is the third language. Most countries will do their mother tongue, and then they'll teach English as the second or third language. depending on where you live. I think at some point, though, they're going to switch the language where it's Greenlandic first, English second, and Danish third, because of the fact that tourism is becoming a big thing for Greenland. There's been some discussion about it because they need more English. They need more Greenlanders to be, or the younger generation anyway, to be able to speak more than just Danish and Greenlandic. We have a mother language, then a sister language, and then a foreign language, English, then addition. Wait, you have a mother language, then a foreign language, English, and then additional if you want. Oh, that's cool. Have you learned new words language since living there? Yes, I speak about 60 words of Greenlandic, and I can read most of the Danish inside the grocery stores and restaurants. And I practice my Greenlandic every time I go out, because the biggest issue I have is pronunciation. Because a lot of the word, you can't assume when you look at a word that it's going to. A good example would be let's see, what can I give as a good example? Let me type this word in the chat. Now, ooh, that stupid phone, don't do that. I want this word. Okay, and the phone keeps correcting it. I'll keep trying until it lets me keep it. I know what to do. I'll add it to my language theme. Maybe I can anyway. I'll try. Stupid phone. Correct. You know what? I'm going to type it with my laptop. Hold on. This is irritating me. Stupid auto check. Wait, going up there. Okay, so most people would assume, my phone is correcting it, but it didn't look at that, how many times I rewrote that. Okay, so you would assume it's Pacific. That's not how you say it. It's the P is a B sound, and that you have two F's there, so that means that you draw out the F sound a little bit. So it's Pacific. That's how you say it. Pacific, with the B sound at the beginning. And this word right here, those two K's are not a K sound, they're a G sound. So it's asavoget. Only my tongue gets in the way of the pronunciation. So asavoget means I love you. Maka asavaget means I miss you. Quayanok means thank you. Isisu means you're welcome. Ayungi more or less means how are you or what's up or how you doing. The correct if you're in the northwestern part, it'll be qaqortoq. Ibit. Remember those P's are a B sound. That means how are you, and then you can say ayun means good, or you can say ayun galanga, which means I am good. And then there's several variations of just that. My very first word I learned besides I love you from my husband was, I kept saying maybe, the word in English maybe. In Greenland it's imaka. You want to see what the word pizza looks like in Greenlandic? Oh wait, no, there's no Greenlandic word for pizza. Sorry. Let me see here. What else can I show you? Hello is elu. That's this word right here. That means hello. But you can also say hey, which is like this, which is hi. Good night is gunot. And you notice that it has a K on here. That K sound is a G sound. And I think I just misspelled that one. Yeah, no, wait. No, I spelled it right. Is Icelandic different from Greenlandic? Yes. It's their own language. Greenlandic is an Inuit language. So if a Greenlander went to Alaska or Canada to meet other Inuits, the dialects are different, but they're similar and they're able to communicate with each other. I say this a lot when I end my lives or when somebody's going to bed. This is Sinisloret, and that means sweet dreams or have a good night, whichever way you can use that. And yet, if you yes can be like I said, quaqortoq, or wait, no, I'm sorry, that's wrong. If you say like the word yes, you can also say up. For no, it would be nami, or you can say nami, whichever. And I've got to spell that right. I got to watch out about this because there's two A's in this one. What are Inuits? They're the indigenous of this island and Alaska and Canada and Russia. They're the groups of people who traveled back and forth when there used to be land ice. And then they split apart in the Thule age, and some stayed in Greenland, some stayed in Alaska, some stayed in uh, Alaska, Canada, Greenland, and Russia. Gotta run, Teddy. Thanks for the live. I will catch the rest on the replay. Okay, thank you. It looks like it might be almost done snowing. Maybe. I don't know. I'm going to leave it run for a bit. I can still see that it's hazy in the back, so it's still snowing. Um... Galassasuit, which is this word, means Greenlandic. Is there a reason behind the houses being colored in bland colors? The houses are covered in snow right now, extreme, because the snow that we were getting during the night, there was wind, and it's wet, so it's stuck to the sides of the houses right now. So if there was no snow, you would see all the different colors. Oh, they actually have a Greenlandic word for I am an American. I didn't even know that word was. That is a really long word, too. You want to see what. This is for I am an American. Ooh, that's going to be fun to spell. Oh, beautiful is goosenot. You can also, instead of saying quayanok for thank you, if you want to just say thanks, it can be quena. Yeah, it's a long word. The longest word in the Greenlandic language is 153 letters. It means I am American, extreme. Yeah, that long word means I am an American. One word can mean an entire sentence. Like when I wrote Asavoget, see, it's a sentence made into one word. What if I want to say I am Russian? Now, I have to look that one up. I don't know if it's in this book or not. I don't know. Hang on a minute. It depends on if it's in my book. Nikolai would probably have an answer for that, but I don't because I only know the simpler words. Greenlandic and Danish is a bit difficult to learn. Oh well, here's the Greenlandic word for for Russia, for the country of Russia. It is RUS. And then, if you're a Russian, this is the word for Russian. And wow, there's two different there's two different words for it. Wait, did I add too many U's in there? I think I did. Wait a minute. No, I didn't. There's two different ones they use. And I'm going to put both of them in here. China. Is there a reason why you're asking about China and Russia to start with? Let me see if it has the United States in here or not. STU. No, but they have United Nations in here, which is interesting. Why don't they have United States in here, I wonder? Let me see if the other has countries in here. Because I have, the two books I have are for beginner Greenlandic speaking stuff. So sometimes it doesn't have a lot of things or extra things like what you're asking about. And Nikolai would be the best person to answer that, but he's with his mistress right now. No, both books don't really list all the countries. Yeah, it's going. I'm waiting on it to see if it's going to finish snowing or not. Looks like we got about 5 or 6 inches total, based on what I'm seeing on the rails. We might have gotten more than that, but there is some snow drifts where the wind moved things around. What are typical foods? Do you want typical foods like what's imported from other countries in Europe, or do you want what's native to Greenland? You asked about Korea. H-I-J-K. No, that's not in here either. I think you won't have names for further away. Yeah, that's not in here. Native. Okay, so for native foods, it'll be different types of fish, shellfish, reindeer, muskox, lamb, whale, seal, different kinds of birds. I'm trying to think if I'm leaving anything out or not. I think that's all of it. Oh, and rabbits. There's Arctic rabbits here, or Arctic hares is what they call them here. So a native. So most people, if you don't mind, what do I eat? I eat everything everybody else eats pretty much, except I don't eat seal, period. No thanks. And I'm a little selective on what fish I eat. I eat cod, salmon, shrimp, lamb, duck, chicken, beef, pork. Well, I only eat pork tenderloin and that's it. What else do I eat meat-wise? Beef. I've eaten muskox a couple times. I've eaten whale a couple times. But the other, What gets imported? Beef, chicken, and pork. Eggs, cheese, milk, all of that. Produce, fruit, you name it. Yeah, everything except what's native to Greenland. Does seal meat taste very different? I don't eat seal meat. I can't stand the smell of it. Is Greenland dependent on import? No, because the ones that would probably starve to death are the ones who won't eat native food. So that's up to the human being that won't eat it. I can get away with just eating fish and lamb and duck and stuff like that if I had to. I still won't eat seal. You can forget it. But I will eat everything else mostly. It depends on the person and what they're willing to eat. But Greenlanders are not dependent on it. But they, yeah, they could survive long before everybody, a long time without it. I guess you could say it would suck, but we could do it. Do you shoot them, or spear them, or buy them? We do not have commercial hunters here in Greenland. So individual family members go out hunting and fishing. There's only two villages that are in the extreme northern part of Greenland that use the harpoon and the kayak to hunt and fish. Um, and they also use, for fishing, they use regular stuff just like anybody else does. But as far as hunting up there, they use the harpoon. Down here, everybody, south of those two villages, they use small boats with a long gun. That includes, the long gun is also used on seal and whale. I'd imagine costs are high there. Where do you purchase your fabric and thread? From the United States? I don't get to. I bought my sewing machine though from Denmark. So there won't be hotter animals, right? Like no, we have no kind of cats in Greenland. Supposedly there's wolves here, but I guess they must be further north because and maybe the wolves follow muskox and reindeer. I don't know, but you never see them down here. Now you see foxes down here. That's about the only four-legged predator besides eagles that you see down here. So reindeer really don't have, the only predator that reindeers have is humans. Well, maybe, well, polar bear don't come down here, but I don't know, if reindeer were further north, maybe a polar bear would try to catch one, but I think mostly it's humans that's the main predator for reindeer. And really, they don't even worry about human beings because human beings don't overhunt them. Gotta go, says Chris. Thank you for the snow and language lessons. You're welcome. I think it might be almost done. I don't know. It might be done snowing. Maybe. We shall see. I know one thing. I'm going to have to go outside and shovel snow later. if I want to go anywhere. I probably won't go anywhere today, though. I intend on putting... Oh, look, the wind is blowing. That snow is getting pushed by wind. Got any more questions you want to ask? If I can answer them, I'll try to answer them. Looks like a quiet, cozy village in the frame. Yep. Well, actually, our town, this town is not considered a village. It's a town because it has a population of around 3,800. But I don't know. Let me see if I can look up how many. Let's do a little research here. Let me see if I can find out how many villages we actually have in Greenland. Because we have villages, we have settlements, villages, towns, and cities. Let's start with settlements. There's 54 to 60 settlements, distinct from 13 to 16 large... Oh, wait, I can read this whole thing. Hang on a minute. All right, so let's do a breakdown. Greenland has around 54 to 60 settlements, distinct from its 13 to 16 larger towns, with numbers varying slightly by source and definition, but generally encompassing numerous small remote villages like Igaliku, Idalik, and I can't say the other one, spread across its coast, supplementing the main towns such as Nuuk. See, Nuuk is considered a city, Sissimut's a city, Ilulissat's a city. So here's the breakdown. Towns, there's 13 to 16 towns with 1,000 inhabitants or more. Settlements are 50 to 60, often hard to reach. Total communities, these towns and settlements plus sheep farms form Greenland's insular communities. South Greenland consists of Igaliku, qaqortoq, Narsarsuaq, qaqortoq, and Nanotalik. West Greenland is near Nuuk. Disco Bay is, oh my gosh, there's so many names there, I can't even say them. Hold on a minute. Let me find, let's go to Greenland. Facts about Greenland. Oh, there's actually village. Ah, here's another one, Guide to Greenland. So, Greenland is Greenland is the world's largest island with a size of 2,175,600 square kilometers. That area is larger than the following countries combined: France, Germany, Spain, UK, Italy, Greece, Switzerland, and Belgium. From north to south, Greenland is 2,670 kilometers. From east to west, it's 1,050 kilometers. The closest country is Canada, with only 26 kilometers away. Greenland's highest point is Gunbjorn's Mountain, which is 3,733 meters tall. Greenland's southernmost point is called Cape Farewell. Greenland's northernmost point on the mainland is called Cape Morris Yesuk. Greenland's westernmost point is Cape Alexander. Greenland's easternmost point is called Nordstrand. Yeah, I can't say that, but it means north something. And Greenland is actually situated east, west, south, and north of Iceland. It is interesting, though, that Greenland's southernmost point lies on the same latitude as Oslo in Norway, while the westernmost point lies on the same longitude as New York. The northernmost point is Cape Morris Yesuk, which is only 740 kilometers from the North Pole. There are only two small islands north of this, the Coffee Club and Udok Island, however, they are very small, so usually the distance to the North Pole is measured by the distance from the mainland. You want me to keep going? Yeah, they all of the most all of Greenland, Gina, have those colorful houses. I mean, even in the capital, all up and down the coast, you'll see these colorful houses everywhere. Even in the settlements. Now, the settlement, there's a settlement in, there's like one in Prince Christian Sound, and you might only see like 50 of those picturesque houses that you see in pictures. You want some more information? I can give you more. How many people live in Greenland? 56,500 people. And that's what that means. Oh, cool. Have you visited any of the north, east, south, and west points? Okay, I've been to Cape Farewell. I've been to Prince Christian Sound. The furthest north that I've been off up the west coast has been to Sissymoot, so I haven't seen anything further north yet. But I do plan on going up to Ilulissat and Disco Bay at some point or another. We live down here in South Greenland. Where we live at is 60 degrees north. Greenland stopped being a Danish colony in 1953, in case you didn't know that. She says she thinks it, Gina says, I think it's beautiful. I would enjoy listening to whatever you would like to talk about. Sure. How far is your grocery store? About 2.5 kilometers. And I know you're going to ask me, well, how many miles is that? Hold on. I think it's, let's see, 1 mile maybe. Maybe a mile and a half. Hang on. We do have like smaller stores right up the road. We have two different really itty bitty stores on both ends of our road, kind of. We have one a little south of here, like 2 blocks away. And then we have one right by the lake that's about 2 blocks away. But the big stores are about 2.5 kilometers from where I live at. And so KM 2 miles would be 2.5, 2.5 would be 1.55 miles. Okay, so facts about Greenland's governance in recent times. Throughout the 80 to 100 years, Greenland has gone through big changes in relation to governance, but luckily all the changes happened peacefully. From 1721 to 1953 was a Danish colony. From 1953 to 1979, the country it had county-like status. 1979 home rule. 2009 self-governance. Greenland is now a parliamentary democracy within the Kingdom of Denmark, along with Faroe Islands. They achieved home rule in 1979, which gave its population more influence on its own lives. And then home rule started in 2009. Greenland is not currently part of it doesn't have a membership within the EU currently, but it's still in the Commonwealth of Denmark, so a lot of things fall up underneath that, and because it's part of NATO. Self-governance in Greenland is represented by an elected parliament of 31 members. The parliament is called Inuksiaq. Yeah, just excuse, I can't pronounce that word. The members are chosen, the cabinet, which corresponds to a government. The cabinet consists of 7 to 10 ministers. The cabinet is also called a different name in Greenlandic. The Greenlandic National Day is on June the 21st, and the national anthem is called Nunavut, which translates to our country. The National Day is celebrated across the country with coffee, cake, and in many places a big buffet. Many Greenlanders put on their national costumes and attend a flag parade throughout the town. If you happen to be there, that's a great experience. Currency is currently Danish kroners. You want to know more? Let me know if you want to hear more. We can talk about how Inuits got to Greenland if you want to talk about that. So I'll talk about that because I do this as part of my tour guiding anyway. So Inuits were part of started way back when there was the Sakak, Dorset, and the Thule cultures. Approximately 4,500 years ago, the first Inuit came into the country, the so-called Sakak culture. The Dorset culture also came from the west approximately 2,000 years ago, or 2,000 years later. Large parts of the current Greenlandic population are descendants of the Thule culture who came to the country about 1,000 years ago. The first two immigrations of Inuit were Paleo-Eskimos who had their primary life on the tundra hunting for caribou, muskox, etc. The people of the Thule culture were Neo-Eskimos who based their lives on catching marine animals. They would when they traveled as groups before they split apart, they were following bowhead whales along with other game and stuff, but they nearly hunted the bow whale into extinction. Almost simultaneous with the arrival of the Thule people, the Norse came to Greenland from Iceland and settled in the fertile southern parts of the country. Through their 500 years in Greenland, the Norse were making farms all the way from the south and up to Nuuk Fjord. The Norse were the first non-Inuit who came and settled down. It was also the Norse people spearheaded by Norwegian Viking Eric the Red, who gave Greenland its name because they wanted other Norse people to settle here. Surmermiut in Disco Bay on the shore of Ilulissat Ice Fjord is one of the most visited places in Greenland. The view of Ilulissat Ice Fjord and the proximity of the town makes it a popular destination. Surmermiut has been a settlement for many Inuit cultures through more than 4,000 years. With an expert at your side, you can still see the remains of some of the settlements. Greenland as a Danish settlement. In 1721, the Danish-Norwegian priest Hans Egede came to Greenland and made it a Danish colony. He Christianized the Greenlandic population, and today the country is a Lutheran-based society. Greenland is no longer a Danish colony, but ties with Denmark remain tight and both formal and informal. Okay. The Greenlandic society, throughout the past 80 to 100 years, Greenland has gone through big changes, like I said, but it's been a peaceful country. Industry. Fishing remains the largest industry and is the country's biggest source of income, with approximately 85% of its total exports. Mainly it's shrimp and halibut that are being exported. Besides fishing, a major source of income in Greenland is the so-called block grant from Denmark. Tourism is mining, crafts, handicrafts, small shipyards, and service industries are other sectors that complement the country's revenue. Much emphasis is on increasing revenue from tourism and mining. In 2012, the gross domestic product was estimated to be at 13.8 billion Danish kroners. Living standards are generally high, but to outsiders, the living standards in some settlements would appear and is low by modern standards. And that's, yeah, if you were coming to visit, you would think we were all poor, but we're not. Do they celebrate any holidays? Yeah, hang on. Let me tell you what all the holidays. Let me see if I can find that because there's a bunch of them. Oh, hang on a minute. I'll answer any question you want to ask. I'm happy to help. Hang on a minute, Gina. I got to look that one up because there's too many to talk. Some of them I don't even know what they are. Hold on a minute. I'm still learning all these holidays. Because some of them I don't even know what they're for. Hold on. Greenlandic holidays. Okay, so there's New Year's. They celebrate New Year's Eve, which is January the 1st. Something called Maundy Thursday, which is April the 2nd. I don't even know what that is. Hang on a minute. Let me see what that is. Because some of the holidays Maundy Thursday is also known as the Holy Thursday. It's the Christian observance on Thursday before Easter, commemorating Jesus' Last Supper with his disciples. Okay, that's what that is. All right, then you have Good Friday, which is April the 3rd usually. April 3rd this year anyway. Easter Monday is April the 6th. Great Prayer Day is May the 1st. Ascension Day is May the 14th. Greenland's National Day and Summer Solstice is June the 21st of this year. Christmas Day, Boxing Day, and New Year's Eve. Yeah, I think I've listed all of them that I could think of at the moment. 1,000 years ago, sad about the bowhead. Thank you for telling us. Love learning. Yeah, but the bowhead is no longer. Yeah. There's a lot of information about how when that happened and the story of Mother of the Sea. There's all kinds of things that changed the way they were doing. They were traveling in big, huge communities back then when they were doing that. But now that kind of thing don't even happen. There's no commercial hunters here in Greenland. There's commercial fishing, but not commercial hunting. Okay, let me see what else I can tell you about. Transportation. Y'all want to know about that? How do I get around in Greenland? So we have no roads or highways to any place that human beings live in Greenland. So the only way in and out of any place is either by passenger ship, depending on where you live, because there's areas that the passenger ship does not go to. So the only other way in and out is by helicopter, and then from helicopter to a small runway to get on a small plane to go wherever you're going. Our town is they just finished, the Canadian contractors just finished building our airport here in this town, and it will have its grand opening on April the 16th. And we will get to fly in and out of there when that happens. And we won't have to go by helicopter anymore. What else would you like to know about? Let me see here if I can find something else interesting, because we have Guide to Greenland too. Visit Greenland. Yeah, Nuke now has a new international airport that opened up a year ago, back in June. And flights started happening this past June between Newark and Nuke, and it only goes for the month of June, July, August, and September. Ilulissat's runway is almost finished with its completion. The East Coast is going to get a new airport because Denmark is pouring a bunch of money into that because all they have is a gravel runway over there. So that's going to be rectified, and then we got a new airport But we are also getting something that Denmark's dumping money into. We are going to get a deep sea fish, a deep sea port. Um, I'm not saying it right. It's called a deep sea shipping port. That's what it's called. Is knitting popular? Yes. There's not too many of us crocheters around. There's like, yeah, knitting is a big thing here. In the springtime, when the muskox shed all of their winter undercoat, the women go out and harvest all the hair that they uh, shaken off of themselves into bushes and stuff, and they bring it back and they clean it and they spin it and turn it into yarn, and it's as soft, if not softer, than cashmere, and it keeps you even warmer than cashmere. But it is expensive. The port will bring more. Yeah, I don't know what. This is all well and fine, doing all this stuff, but we don't have housing, and that is going to turn into a big, huge mess. But having a bigger port might get things here sooner, maybe. No matter what they do, this country will all anything that happens with shipping and flying and everything will always be at the mercy of the weather because Mother Nature gets angry and yeah, and things can come to a screeching halt. You can have sunshine in the morning, and you can have a big, huge what we call a bitter rock, or winds. I don't know what they call the wind from the south, but the wind from the north is called a bitter rock, and it's hurricane force winds more or less, and it can put everything at a standstill. I would like to learn how to spin too. That makes two of us. I'm a thinking we might be done snowing, maybe, but those clouds still look mighty threatening back there in the background. It's interesting when we get that wet snow and it sticks to everything. So, Gina, do you just quilt or what do you do? Do you enjoy music and dancing? I love music. I sing a lot with music. Dancing, not so much. I don't have much of a skill set when it comes to dancing. Something that I didn't have growing during my teenage years because of religion and my parents. We weren't allowed to do that kind of thing. Actually, we were sneaking listening to music because the music we liked listening to was called Satan's music. She says she mainly scraps quilt, but she also does other types of crafts. What kind of other crafts do you do? I'm not good dancer or singer, but I enjoy it nonetheless. I love singing. I bought me some keyboards, but I keep forgetting to take it out of the box. One of these days I'm gonna break it out of the box and get back into playing on the keyboard. I should have been here by now. How long have you been making quilts? Beading, jewelry, and other items to make journals called junk journals. I used to crochet, but arthritis has stopped me from large projects and other things too. Okay. Wow. That is a long time. Sorry, I was talking out loud. Quilting last 10 years or so. Everything I've made goes to my family. Oh, that's cool. So, when you've been on my lives the last couple of times, there's a really colorful circle that's hanging on the wall. That's my mandala. I crocheted that using cotton number 3 yarn. It's called my Arctic Lights Mandala Madness. thank you. How about you? How long you been quilting? I probably, let's see, actually sewing quilt tops, or quilts actually, was probably 2016 maybe. I knew how to sew because I learned how to make my own clothes when I was a teenager. Um, but I don't think I finished my actual first quilt top until early 20 or during 2020 during COVID. I was doing the sugary dew sew along, and that was my first actual finished quilt top. And what I mean is, it's just the top finish. It's not been quilted. It's still not quilted because it's a big one. But it's really, my skill set's really taken off over the last 4 years now. I'm getting better and better at it. Hi, Cheryl. She says, good morning, 7:40 here in Virginia, and I've been quilting since the 1990s. Took a break when my career took off and started back up when I retired in 2022. Well, welcome back to the world of quilting. Wait. Yeah. But I'm also a master gardener of 52 years, Gina. I've been growing things since I was 11. I have a college degree in it as well. But it's my superpower. Whew. It looks like I have some mail stuck in Denmark. More than one piece, actually, from the looks of it. Taking forever for mail to get here. And I really... Oh, there we go. Thank you. I've also been crocheting that long too. My aunt, my only paternal aunt, she introduced me to cuttings of colliers. She also introduced me to the world of crocheting. So both of them I've been doing for 52 years. I was 11 years old. Cheryl says, I would love to learn gardening. Maybe you should do some YouTube stuff on that. I've thought about it. I am going to see about growing tomatoes and peppers inside my house this go around. We'll see what happens. But I need to order, I also want to order grow lights. Because maybe I can grow some stuff in my bathroom too. Cheryl, do you do any other crafting besides sewing? Yeah, this is not going to. Did y'all hear my, or Cheryl, did you hear my question? Katie, they have micro dwarf tomatoes that only grow about a foot tall. Oh, that's cool. Hey, you wouldn't happen to know of any northern tomatoes, would you? That can grow in the north? Because our temperatures hover at nighttime around 40 something, and I think that might be a little too cold for tomatoes that like, even though we get about 18 hours of daylight at the height of summer, it's still a bit chilly, I think, at nighttime, even though the sun's out. And I think that's why I want to do the tomatoes in the house, but I would love to find a hybrid of some kind that would I could leave outside and test them out. I would like to test some outside. Katie, they have micro dwarf tomatoes that only grow 1 foot tall. That would be really cool. I'll have to look into that. Any of them cherry tomatoes by any chance? Because I want to grow cherry tomatoes for one thing. Because I love cherry tomatoes and I want to make sauce out of them too. If I can get enough of them going. These can grow inside. Tiny Tims. Okay. Because I definitely want to grow some cherry tomatoes. I haven't decided I wouldn't mind trying to find an heirloom tomato that got, you know, like the size of, I don't know, 3 or 4 inches or something like that. I don't care to have beefsteak tomatoes because to me they don't have any taste. But a heirloom might. Because I like making tomato sandwiches. It's that southern girl in me, I guess. It's funny. When there's, like, I miss having okra. But there's no way to grow okra here, not even in the house. Not that I know of anyway. I have thought about trying it because I know someone that was growing hibiscus inside his house, and okra's in the same family as hibiscus. But they are water drinkers. Look for determinate, they grow shorter. Okay. Love aromas for sauce. We dehydrate the skins for tomato powder. What do you use tomato? I'm only asking because I have no knowledge. What do you use tomato powder for? Is it for like you use it in things like meatloaf and stuff like that, or what do you use it for? Because forgive me, I just don't know much about the powder part of it, and I've always wanted to ask that question. Because you're not the first one I've seen mention tomato powder, and that was why I was asking, what do you use it for? Inquiring minds would love to know. Y'all think it's going to snow some more based on what those clouds look like? Because look, it looks like it's getting darker back there. Or either fog is going to come in one. But it does look rather threatening back there. Wait, when did that come off of? What came off of that? Y'all still with me? Lettuce, spinach, kale, and onions should grow well here. Yeah, here's what I do know will grow here that I've already grown outside. I've grown mustard greens, turnip greens, spinach, lettuce, carrots, potatoes. I'm trying to think what else. There's several things. So it's mustard greens, turnip greens, spinach, lettuce. I've tried growing broccoli, but that has been an epic fail so far. And the other that's been a bit of a fail, and I think it's because I need a longer time somewhere to like pre-grow them, is cabbage and broccoli, because they don't have enough time apparently to get the heads on them before it gets too cold. But our growing season's lasting longer, so I don't know, maybe that'll change before it's over with. Who knows? because the warmer we get, the longer the growing season will be. At least that's the way it seems. Need to start indoors, says Sewing Wolf. Okay, the spinach does really well. I start that straight out of the ground, but I have failed with broccoli. Epically failed. And I could grow them in Florida, but, you know, things are different in Florida. You grow them in the winter months like my mom did. But I don't mean, when I say I epically failed, I don't mean it in a negative way, though, because I feel like it's a learning thing. And gardening, you know, when I've gardened so long that anytime I fail at something, it's a learning thing. I just have to figure out where I went wrong. So starting them indoors. Can you give me a guesstimate on, like, so if I can put things, if I can actually plant outside, say like the latter part of May, I probably should start them indoors probably, what, the latter part of April? Would that be a good time frame? Two months ahead. Okay. Mustard greens do really good here, you guys. Really good, actually. And so does spinach. I've had really good luck with both of them. I'd like to have, wait, I'd like to have a nice sized greenhouse. Is there something you think you would be good to share there? Wait. Gina says, I'd like to have a nice sized greenhouse. Is that something you think would be good there for you? Yeah. I would love, I keep telling my husband I want a greenhouse, but there's a lot of, things that have to happen in order to have one. Because in the winter months, you don't hardly get any sun. And so that's always an obstacle. Plus, you have to figure out how to heat it efficiently without it costing a lot of money. There's so many logistics involved in living here in the north. But, you know, maybe one day I'll get a greenhouse, but the older I get, the more I think that's less of a chance of happening. So, but it's okay. I make do with what I got. There is a Canadian garden YouTuber that might have similar climate. Do you know what the name of it is? Okay, Sewing Wolf. That would be great. Nike Feed Flex Professional Grade Foot HP2. I bought a foot? I need to find that one. She says, I'll try to find. I'm back. Had to feed my sourdough starter. Catching up on gardening tips. Great to see. Ah, found my Martelli. I think I need to get me a plastic container to store zippers in. The birds are flying around in the air. I think the weather's going to come back again. It's weird, but whenever weather's coming, the birds are all up in the air. Ah, the raven might be... There's several ravens out there right now that I can see. Yep, that cloud looks pretty nasty. What do y'all think? Gardening in Canada. Oh, gardening in Canada. Okay. Okay, I've got it written down. I'll look at it later today. Thank you, Sewing Wolf. Yep. Thank you very much. Hey, Geraldine. She says, good morning. She says it looks similar to here in southwest Michigan. 16 degrees and it feels like 3 with snow. Well, currently our temperature is 33 degrees Fahrenheit. She planted some seeds in the snow, did she? We got a bunch of potting. I bought a whole pallet of soil. All I got to do now is get the. I'm going to build some raised beds. I want Nikolai, because we have a raised bed out there that's not. It's a good bed. It's nothing wrong with the bed itself. It's just that whoever put it there built it like a triangle, and it's hard for me to work down the center of it. So we're going to rebuild the bed so that it makes it more easier on my back. And so we're going to put in rectangles that are like, I want to say 2 to 3 feet wide by 5 to 6 feet long. And maybe put in like 1, 2, maybe 3, maybe 4. And make them deep. That way if I want to plant potato, I think I might want to plant a few potatoes, but I also want to keep on experimenting with the carrots, because I haven't quite got the carrots grow. They grow. The problem is I think I need to make the soil less coarse. Because I keep experimenting with the soil, and I'm getting closer to what it needs to be, but I still have ways to go, I think. And she says, and don't fertilize. Yeah, I kind of like a. Hey, how do you? Hey, I want to ask you a question. Is it highways or is it Hodgeway? Let me know. And I know that probably sounds bad the way I said it. Gina says, sounds like a good project. If possible, yeah, I will document it. Because I've also planted trees out in our yard. That is too cold, my love. Hey, you know, I live in the Arctic. It's supposed to be cold. The last pronunciation was right. Okay, because I was listening to how you say your name in the videos, and I'm like, I've been butchering his name the whole time. Okay, because I wasn't sure if the J was you were going to, like, hide, you know, the j sound, or if it was the I sound, because in some languages it's that I sound. And that's why I asked you about it, because I felt like I wasn't pronouncing it right. And I'm a real stickler with trying to make sure I pronunciate people's names as best as I can with my tight little southern tongue. Cheryl says, sewing with, why don't you fertilize raised beds? I have asked my son to build some. You are allowed to butcher my name. Perhaps the only person I would allow to butcher my name. Thanks for that. Because I don't want to offend anyone. Not when it comes to how I pronounce their names anyway. So is it cold your way, Hodgeway? Like 23. Ooh, you're colder than me. I'm 33, right? Is that 23 Fahrenheit or 23 Celsius? Let me know. Hey, you know, on one of your videos, you were in an area where it had I even commented on the video, I think, that particular video, where it had the red buildings, or the red bricked up architecture. I don't know why I said building. That area, was that like like a Spanish how do I want to ask this question? Because I wanted to ask you. Um, in Spain, they have a way, the way they put houses next to each other, and then there is these hedges going down with a fence and stuff. Is that a Spanish area that you were in, or is it just something that's natural for Manchester? Don't fertilize root veggie. Yeah, I don't. And I'm careful when I'm fertilizing my mustard greens because I try not to get any of it on the leaves because I eat those. Add worm casings for root development. I don't have access to root. Yeah, let me look into the root worm thing. I don't know. Maybe I can order it from somewhere. bone meal. Oh my, I have a lot of studying to do before planning. Thanks, Sewing Wolf and Katie. There's all kinds of organic stuff though that Cheryl you can do. I mean, you can buy you can actually buy organic stuff that doesn't affect root vegetables. You just have to be synthetic fertilizers is just a pain in the butt. And they're not, and synthetic fertilizer is definitely not natural to the environment. Sorry, I was chatting with two of my daughters. We are at 7 degrees Celsius. Okay, yeah, so which should be about 44 degrees Fahrenheit. Yeah, I'm at 33. Yeah, right now we're at 33 degrees Fahrenheit. You'll have to record your progress when you start. Yep, I'll do that. I can do that. Not a problem. I would love to see Gardening in Greenland. Great YouTube name. Thank you. You know, it's interesting talking to you guys without the camera in my face. Hodgeway says, that's cold. We're expecting some snow next week. Apparently we shall hit minus 12 Celsius in some parts of England and minus 15 in Scotland. If it happens, it's going to be fun. I will make sure I record that. Yeah, please do, because that is cold. Especially for your area. That'd be freezing. You're going to be freezing your tushes off. How long of a growing season do you have? It used to be just from June, June to the latter part of September, but now it's starting to be more like mid-May to maybe the first couple of weeks in October. Because we're staying warmer longer than used to be. This is what this came from. One of you said you were in Michigan, right? Who was it that said they were in Michigan? One of y'all said you were in Michigan. Who was it? Oh, what's the deal with that? Um, how long of a growing season do you guys have in Michigan, Geraldine? Because I noticed that some of your temperatures seem to be right along with what mine are during the summer and fall time. That's not going to go in there. June says, I got to go. Chat later. See you later, June. And Sewing Wolf says she's in Connecticut. So you probably, do you get long dark hours too up there in Connecticut? My season's approximately 8. Oh, yours is a lot longer than mine. Wow, by a month or so. That's pretty good. That's long enough to get some stuff growing pretty good. I think every person should learn how to grow their food. You never know when you might have to do it. Sewing Wolf says she started hers this week. Well, right now it's January, so I need to wait a bit longer. I don't have enough light right now. Maybe I can start. I was thinking about starting maybe some seeds in March. Maybe the tomato. Maybe the tomatoes anyway. Because I think by March there might be at least 7 hours of daylight, which it could be enough to at least jumpstart them. Are you cleaning, organizing? Sounds like you're cleaning out a drawer. Yeah, you're going to hear some noise because I started on this last night. I'm kind of like this little small space that I've been working out of since my uh, sewing room got damaged. It's kind of closing in on me, and I need to do something about it because it's just I've been sewing like a maniac, and the mess is growing. So yeah, I've been opening and closing a drawer. Sorry if it was making noise. Didn't mean for that to do that. Lettuce doesn't need much light. Oh, okay. Those pair of scissors, man. Hey, Sean, how are you? Don't mean to call you out. I'm just curious. Don't blame me at all. I'm not making bad noise. I didn't realize you could hear it. That little phone must be very sensitive that's sitting in the window. Now I know. Now, how did I get a Christmas book that came from Oklahoma City? Somebody must have gifted me this. That little phone I'm using in the window, it's a OnePlus 6, so it's like ancient in the grander scheme of things. Oh, that's interesting. Hey, if it works, yeah. I got a camera that we're going to put on the desktop, but I need to. I still haven't found the right. I have a Canon camera, but I'm waiting on getting some more hardware stuff that I need to put on it so that I can use it for live streaming. Because I want to try to get. I want to set up a system where I like the angle I got set up now where you can see what I'm doing on the desk because the phone is up above me. But if I can get all the things I need for my Canon, maybe I can do zooming on it. So when you want to see something up close, all I have to do is zoom it a little bit where you can see it. But I also have to figure out how to set up some kind of fan on it because Canon cameras are famous for getting hot when you're running video. How long are your winters as in the real cold season? They run from, now that things are changing, a lot of things have changed in the last 5 years. Um, Fall tends to extend itself out almost into November now. We're not getting any snow or hard freezes at all. We've been sitting around, so October, November, and December's been sitting around 45 degrees Fahrenheit. No snow. The lake is free. In fact, the lake has only been frozen right now for about 2 weeks. And we got our, what you can see in the window has been the most snow I've seen since December the 21st. But it used to start back in October. You used to get like 3 or 4 foot of snow. The lake would be frozen in October, and it would just keep on going. But now it's beginning to be like the end part of January and all of February. February is when we're going to get our butts whipped. Climate change is really hitting here. I'm not really hitting hard. Yeah, it is. Sean says, I'm good, just uploading a podcast. Yeah, and I still haven't been to bed. I don't want, I'm just having a hard time, y'all. Too many things going on at once. I found some more of my alphabetties. I thought I had lost them, but here they are in this box. I'm trying to empty a box because I'm going to use the empty box to put all the things I'm going to give away in a giveaway. That was a mouthful, wasn't it? Hello, Inez. How are you? Or Inez, sorry. That's right. You told me it was I, not E. Hot Joy says, I just premiered a video about an hour ago. Let me see if there's any comments, and then we'll be back shortly before I hit the road. Okay. I'm still running one of your playlists right now. I'm still on that one. I think there's like 50 in that list or something. It's a long one. Hey, Rita. And Inez says, same weather here. Snow stopped, I see. Yeah, but, and the sky looks like it's changing again. It might, maybe it's done now. Would make me, because I'm like, I got to go dig up snow later. Probably, I'll do it tomorrow. I'm not going anywhere today. I have 2 chickens to stick in the oven that I can grate. I'm going to cook for however long I'm going to cook it for. And then I can graze on it for 3 or 4 days. It's cold here right now for being in southern Arizona. What? It's 35 there? Wow. I bet you're a little bit cold then. No, you're probably a lot cold inside your house. We have had hurricane winds this 2 days and a snowstorm tonight. Ouch. I know how it feels. How many commercials is this live going to do today? That's like the 10th or 13th one. Uh-oh. I just turned something upside down. We have had her. Yeah, okay, I already read that. Gina says it's 35 here in the Pacific Northwest too. We hope to get snow before spring. Is snow a thing for your area, Gina? Katie, it looks like a countryside we have here. And Rita says, I just uploaded a new video, waiting for YouTube to finish with the checks. And I'll go and watch it in a little while, too. My list for watching videos is getting longer. Man, I need a maid. I have too much stuff that needs cleaning. In winter, yes, not usually more than a week or two, though. You're on post. Okay. You showed the multicolored Tonga blue quilt. Oh, cool. Inez says, I need a cook. You know what? It's hard for me to cook when Nikolai's with his mistress. Because it's hard cooking for one person. And Geraldine says, don't we all need a maid? Another commercial. Wow. Hi, Carrie. At least visibility is getting easier to see what's outside now that there's nothing running down the window. When I looked out the front window, oh my God. Y'all are not seeing what I'm seeing in my front yard. I have some digging to do. But I'll probably wait till tomorrow to do it because I don't feel like doing it today. I have other things on my list, like finally try to go to sleep maybe, and hope that I don't have bad dreams in the process, which sucks when that happens. Good morning, Dubrovka. I have already, well, I have 5 maids, but only thing they're good for is carpet laying. I get that. Y'all should see what I have sitting on top of my. I'm waiting to see who all notices what's sitting on top of my sewing machine on my live tonight, because tonight's mental health night. I had that kind of snowfall the other day, says Carrie. In case you're wondering why, for those that just drifted in just now, the reason there's no video on my face is because I wanted y'all to see what was going on outside. And the other thing is I'm trying my darndest, because I can't go to sleep at the moment, to clean some of this mess up in here. Which, if you ask me, I'm making a bigger mess by trying to clean up the mess. Isn't that the way it usually goes, though? You start out trying to clean, and it turns into a bigger mess before you finally conquer the problem. Now I gotta figure out what I'm gonna write down below. What a nice surprise to see you live, says Dubrovka. Yep. It's been snowing since 6 o'clock yesterday, but looks like it's slowed down now. See you later. I have to go feed the mom breakfast. See you later, Carrie. Have a nice day. Yep, bigger mess first. Yep, and that's what I got right now, is a big mess. But when you clean up the mess, when you have a hard time remembering where to put some, yeah, there's that too. But I finally have an empty box where I can put all the things I plan on giving away in it. No, this is the side of our house. Our backyard faces the lake. So it's the, well, actually that faces the lake too, come to think of it. So it's like it's off the living room and kitchen. I decide to clean up as I go, then put everything where it goes to. Yeah, well, I'm in a little tiny closed space, and everything ends up on the sofa before it's over with. You don't understand. Sometimes this is what happens when you're busy doing every. I don't have time to clean up every time I make something. I have too many things going on at the same time. But now I have a big mess to clean up. And I mean a big one. Where is that fabric I want to put in the giveaway box? I have some fabric I'm going to give away. Rita, I found some Christmas stickers while I was looking through things, though, that I didn't know. I remember getting them. I just didn't know what I did with them. Yeah, what did I do with that fabric? Darn it. It's probably right here in front of me. Is this snow staying or will it melt? That's a good question, Dubrovka. Because right now, let me see the weather right now. Because earlier it was saying we had wind from the south-southeast, and if it stays that way, you can bet the snow is going to melt. And since we're sitting one 1 degree above freezing, that might happen. Oh, wait. I forgot to put something in here. Oops. It says 32, but my laptop says 33. That is hilarious. Ah, now the wind's changed directions. Now it's in the east at 10 miles an hour. 0 degrees Celsius. But now I live down here at the lake, so the laptop's probably giving a different temperature versus the bot is giving it based on up there at the heliport. Because the lake is warmer down here on the lake. There's the fabric I was looking for to go in the giveaway box. Good morning, Katie in chat. Hi, Joy T. How are ya? You missed it earlier. I was reading some stories out of my The Man of the Moon book. I've read 3 stories out of it today on this live. says, I love the hot always. Just when temps reach 125 plus, then it is a bit hard to handle. Katie is not in front of the camera. That's where Katie is. And she's not going to be in front of the camera for right now. And no, I'm not being a smart ass. Y'all get to look at the snow instead. Y'all will get to see me tonight on the live. How about that? If you attend it, that is. Because today is Mental Health Live. And I definitely need to talk about my mental health. That's why I haven't said too much about it. I definitely have to talk about it tonight. Katie is buried under all her goodies, says Rita. Yep. Yeah, I'm okay, Joy. I'm just a little overwhelmed right now. So I'm glad we're having our usual once a month mental health. I could use a good chat. Sewing was so pretty, but I have my own snow. Yeah, you should take a picture and take a picture of it, share it in the Facebook group. Why are you hiding? Because I don't want to be in front of the camera right now. The camera's been put in the window since about 10 o'clock last night. Well, no, let me think. No, that's not true. More like 2 o'clock in the morning. 2 o'clock in the morning, my time. Welcome back, Hadways. I I wanted you guys to see Greenland weather. See, I've been watching that cloud move, and it seems to get thinned out a little bit, like you can almost see the sky. And now look at it over on the left side. I see precipitation in those clouds. Rita says it's about 3 plus hours, yeah. And I haven't been to bed at all yet. Gina says, after the holidays, we are often a hard time for folks, and that's not to mention the holidays themselves. January's always been kind of, after the holidays, yeah, definitely. But then add to all the other things going on, that's just made it worse. It's making me have bad dreams, unfortunately. Which really sucks because I have no control over it. Bad dreams suck. They make you wake up tired and worn out. Highway says, I heard that the first hour after video premiere is the most important to reply to comments. Keeping the yes. I answer every comment somebody makes on any of my videos because we all need to do that. And Gina says she hopes to catch it tonight. It starts at 4:30 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, and it's called Peace of Mind Mending Pieces. And basically, we're going to be talking about mental health. I can't believe it. This will be month number 11, and next month we'll have been doing this a whole year. And it has done so well. I am so I feel so blessed that it didn't flop, because I was worried it would, because it's such a taboo to talk about mental health. Is there any other way you guys promote your channels? What I've been doing is watching other people's playlists. I've been watching mine. I try to show up in tuber chat as often as I can. Let's see, what else do I do? And now YouTube has offered a new collab thing, and so I'm testing that little thing out right now, and it might prove to be a good thing. I really can't. Let's see, what else? Staying consistent on your videos. Answering comments, Now yours is all pre-recorded. You don't do any lives, do you, Hodgeway? I don't remember you seeing any lives. If you do lives, what night or what day do you usually go live? Uh, Gina says she's doing better these last few days. The holiday season was hard this year. How are you? Why is the collab thing a no comment? Because I just figured out how to use it, and now I'm going to test it out and see how that works out. Because it looks like it'll draw more people to you. I am going to do a live for a second project, going to be fun. Cool. It's been a while since I did a live. Time's never on my side. Yeah, I understand that. But you do a lot of it. Hey, since you're in here, can I ask you a question, Hajway? Are you talking about the collabs where you're running dual streaming, or are you talking about the collabs I'm talking about, which where you like when you invite? I just need to send you the video to see if you're on the same page I'm on. Yeah, drop the question. Hope it is easy. In Manchester, are there any botanical gardens? Little Nora will get lost in that snow. Yep, but you should have seen her when she walked out the door earlier. She's like, oh, like that, you know. Well, so here's the thing, Rita. Like, if you came and sew, you know how you used to come sew with me, which you ain't done recently? And no, I'm not giving you a hard time. Really, I'm not. So, say you're on my channel. I can go to the video that you were on my video with me, and there's a section where I can go down where it says something collaboration. I'll have to look at the exact wording. And I click on that, and I can invite you to collab with me. And all it does is it shares both our channels at the same time, so that when someone sees yours, they see, or if someone sees mine, they see yours. And it'll also share the subscribe buttons on both, and you'll get it may bring you more views that way. Hodgeway says many parks. I have not seen one yet, and will film it if I bump into one. Yeah, please do, because I want to see. I wish you could have spent more time on those big tall buildings that had all the rock, or those granite walls. I think that was granite. There was carvings on it, and you moved the camera, and I couldn't see them because I love architecture. And you were in an area that had many interesting buildings. He says, on my list. Joy T says, that blue house next door to the right of the photo looks like they're losing a door. That house hasn't been lived in for, I want to say 7 years now, probably, because it has mold in it. So the people that were living in it had to vacate it. No, the collab I'm talking about has nothing to do with going live, that type of live, Rita. So let me do this, okay? I'm going to send you a link, and you just watch the video, and then you'll know what I'm talking about. Because I'm not making sense what I'm telling you. This has nothing to do with dual streaming. I know what you're talking about. I still have more filming to do in the city, so we'll revisit it for sure, Katie. Yeah, because there was an area where it had carvings on that granite, but there was also an area where it had a big red brick building, and it was a red color, I think. I don't mean red like bright red. That's not what I mean, but you said something about that it may have been there a long time or something, and I would love to see more of that part of it too. Yeah, but this is not about two people streaming together, Rita. That's not what I'm talking about. Highway says, I actually got interrupted when AI was doing that shot and someone came to alert me of a guy who was following me for a while. Oh, got ya. You need to be safe. Are there mountains? Are those mountains good enough for sledding? Yes. If the snow is deep enough, which hasn't happened in like 5 years. But the kids used to slide off. There used to be what they call the Arctic Games, and there's an area where you could ski down the side of from the up at the top of a side of the mountain, and then come down and ski around the lake because the lake is huge, and they did it like competition style. But for the last 5 years, by the time April rolls around, or yeah, early April is when they do the competition. There's no snow, but they haven't been a lot of snow anyway to even try to do it. Our whole environment has changed here. That cloud is getting darker again. When there's more snow, of course. Yeah, if we get enough snow and it stays and doesn't get blown out, then yeah, there'll be, because there's been a discussion. First, they've already built a little mini skate park for the kids, but they're also planning on adding an area where they can do snowboarding. Because I think that they're going to try to make that a big deal. Rita, are you going to do socialites? Yeah, they need to because there's issues here in Greenland, and that's why they're doing this. Dark and gray skies here today, says Joy. You know, I cannot get this Dimash song out of my brain. It's been it's been in my head for the past 3 weeks now. Uh-oh, that didn't work. Why did that not work? Oh, because it's missing something, that's why. It needs an H in front of it, then it might work. I'm trying to check a link, and it says, sorry. And I see what's wrong with it now. There must be something still wrong with it. Wow. Oh, wait. Can you go ice fishing on the lake there? I would love to do that. Yeah, probably. Will you catch anything? Probably not. Um, Torben says there's fish in the lake, but I've never seen fish in the lake. You see little tiny fish, but not big ones. Hodgeway says, okay, Katie in the chat, have a lovely one heading somewhere now, so I have to hit the road. Have a great day, Hodgeway. It was good to see you. Be careful out there. Same here, Hodgeway. Let me send an email to a little sassy person. Let's see if I got something sarcastic from the sassy one. That sassy person is a pain, ha. Yeah, ain't she? Mhm. That is what my daughter said. She goes, Mom, you are a pain. Just get the doctor or else. Yeah. Or get to the doctor. Having a doctor who is a trauma nurse, I do not know about that one. So this person does both jobs, sounds like. Oh, daughter. I read that wrong? No, I didn't. You typed it wrong. I gotcha. I sent you an email. Oh, you did? Okay, well, I'm going to send you a request, and all you need to do is say, okay, and hit the button, all right? It's going to, I just need to figure out which video you were on. Too many windows open. Wow, whose house is that? So y'all want to hear something funny? There's messages coming across my Facebook right now from some Greenlanders that live in town, and every one of them are saying, "Gissamy, finally," talking about snow. Joy T says, "Oh well, time to start my day. Stay warm and cozy, everyone. See you in the chat. Have a great day, Joy T." But. See, I knew you were going to say that. I'm just trying to help, woman. But you gotta let me help. What the? Oh, wait a minute. Oh, this was a long time ago. There's a muskox standing in the middle of a road inside a kangaroo walk. Wow. Thank you for chatting. Have to start breakfast. Take care, everyone. Have a great day, Gina. And thank you for hanging around. That is the kind of snow that makes great snow people. Yeah, you can lay down on the ground and make some snow angels. Cheryl says, thanks, Katie. This was fun. Have a good day. Get some rest. You too. Have a great one. Yeah, I'm going to have to lay down soon or I'm going to be terrible tonight. Those birds are crazy. Yeah, they're flying around because I think more snow's coming. Either snow's coming or wind's coming. One of the two. And by the way, those are ravens flying around. Very big ones. You can hear the wind underneath their wing when they're flying over you. I thought they were going to come and try to tease Nora this morning. What's that I see over there on the right? Yeah, what is that? Somebody on the lake? I hope not. Because that lake ain't safe. Maybe it's something on my screen. Nope, it's not on my screen. It's something on the lake. That's weird. Or maybe it's on the window out in front of my camera. That might be what it is. My dogs hate those ravens. They come into my front yard and will get a RAP. My dog's just like, I don't much like the ravens either, especially when they get on the roof. They're a rowdy, but they are a rowdy bunch. When I first seen them, I thought they were black chickens. They are, yeah, they're huge. I never seen, in Florida we have black crows, but when I went to, when I first came here to Greenland and I saw them, I'm like, oh my, and I told Nikolai, I said, they're huge and they creeped me out. Because they look at you and they make these funny little chirping noises. When I first seen them, I thought they were big black chickens. They are big, but nope, they are big black ravens. Yes, they are. Hello, Charlottesville. Welcome, welcome. It is funny to see the ravens being chased off by a bunch of hummingbirds. Yep. But you also will see ravens chasing eagles. They're definitely not afraid of eagles. Well, I can see that things are blowing up in Europe today. Charlottesville says, Alabama here. What part of Alabama? My mom's from Jasper, Alabama, and I have a cousin that lives there. Jasper, Alabama. Coleman. Okay. I don't think I've been there before. been a long time since I've been to Jasper, actually. You know, since like age 5. Sorry. I have friends and a cousin in Jasper, 20 miles from me, directly east. Oh, that's cool. Do you know any Deeses? Dees. I don't think they put it in an E on the end of their name. I don't know. I don't think so. But let me go look, because it might be an E on the end of that, but I don't think so. I think they don't have an E on theirs, but let me look. Because sometimes I don't pay attention to that so much. Now what's in the mail? I'm sorry, hang on a minute, y'all. Somebody distracted me when I wasn't doing these. Because that's my cousin. Wait. There it is. Yeah, they don't have an E on the end of their D's. It's just Dees. So maybe, I don't know, maybe they're related, maybe they're not, but I don't know. There's trees in Greenland, yes. I don't see any in this video, but I have trees in my front yard that I planted. There's trees all over South Greenland. How you doing, Donna? know if Levi is in the insurance business or not. I don't know what he does for a living actually. I haven't talked to him in what seems like 100 years. I talk to my his sister though all the time. I'll ask her. Because I talk to Doris Ann all the time. They used to be a huge family, Charlotte. And, my mother was the youngest of 13 kids. But there's still some of my mom's siblings living, but my mom's gone, and quite a few of the siblings are also gone. Uncle Levi died, I think, about 2 years ago. And then there's a couple of them that died before my mother passed away, but there's still some living, actually. Then, of course, one of my cousins from Levi, Uncle Levi, because Uncle Levi had 4 kids, I think, and so, let's see, there's Levi, Doris Ann, Sandra, and I forget the other one's name. The one that I can't remember his name, he's gone. So that leaves, yeah, so 3 of them are still living. All is good in Alabama, 21 degrees Fahrenheit degrees. Woo! What part of Alabama are you in? Sorry, I didn't mean to yawn in y'all's ear, but, yep. I think I'm about to get there. Huntsville, Rocket City. Why do they call it Rocket City? Rita, you are too funny. Oh, got ya. Okay. You know what, Rita? I'm wondering when the snowplow's going to come cruising through here and clean up that snow off that road. That I didn't know either. Rita says, I know nothing and I'm sticking to it. Mm-hmm. I don't think I'd want to live anywhere near where you're talking about. Donna Lee says, Winter Wonderland. Ah, pretty. Oh, Katie, you would love it here. Yeah, that what I meant was I didn't want to be anywhere where there's big rockets that's gonna. Yeah, no thanks. Y'all want to? Here's something interesting. They have sirens in this town that go off on Wednesdays at exactly 12 noon. And me and Nikolai were having this discussion the other day about those sirens. And I told him, I said, you know what, honey? I don't even hear them anymore. He says, what do you mean? I said, I know they're going off, but my brain completely shuts them out. So if there was a real emergency, I would be in big trouble because I wouldn't even hear them. Very secret place. That's like the train. Yeah, I mean, um, uh, it's the same thing with living like 5 miles up the road from my mom and dad bought a house that was like 5 miles away from a little small airport that also happened to have a big, huge aviation maintenance company off the side of the runway there. And they would sit out there sometimes with C-130s while they were doing engine checks to make sure they fixed what was wrong with it. And so you could hear those engines running for hours, and at some point I got where I no longer heard them anymore. Which is really crazy when you think about it. Charlotte says, I don't know why my keyboard types double. Yeah, but the sirens not for bad weather here. I think they set them up because of World War II. Charlotte says, gotta run and place my Walmart order. Have fun. That's cool, Rita. Something interesting happened here yesterday, besides what was going on that y'all know about. When I got home, I guess I hadn't been home more than an hour maybe, and I heard a helicopter, and I'm like, I wasted too much time thinking about why do I hear that helicopter like right here. It was weird. And by the time I got outside, it got out of my visual, but I could still hear it, and then suddenly it just went silent. It was like gone. 30 minutes later, I heard it again, so I went outside again to look. There was a helicopter taking off back behind the hospital, apparently. Something must have been, and I didn't recognize the helicopter. It wasn't an Air Greenland one. So either something happened, and I don't know where that helicopter came from, or maybe it was a training exercise with one of the militaries. Did you send him to Walmart today? Martin Luther King is on Martin Luther King holidays on Monday, the day before my son's birthday. Yep, probably. Because I've never seen that helicopter before. I think it might have been the one from France. It might be a French helicopter. Because France stopped off in Narsarsuaq to fuel up their C-130. Yes, no, not yesterday, the day before yesterday. I have a feeling we're going to have troops crawling everywhere before it's over with. It's going to be a bit weird. Rita says, Danish F-35 fighter jets conducted sorties over Greenland on the 17th with with refueling support from the French Air and Space Force. Yep. I've been waiting to start hearing F-16s buzzing us. I think we're all gonna just, until we adapt. I think to start with, when all the noise starts, we're all probably gonna have a hard time because we're relatively quiet down here in South Greenland. We don't hear a lot of noise. Yep, Arctic endurance, which means they plan on keeping troops there, period, for a while. And in the meantime, someone's having a temper tantrum. Wonder who that could be, huh? Dang, that bird scared me. You've been studying them birds, haven't you? I've been waiting to see if any of them will land on the roof, but I think I don't know, they're acting weird right now. Birds came by and I ducked my head. Ha ha. She says she dislikes ravens. Not much I can do about that, sweetie. I don't like them either. They're creepy. I told Nicole, I'm like, they're so creepy. They're like out of the Alfred Hitchcock movie. Hey, where are you getting your information from, by the way? You've been reading K&R or Sermitsiak or something, or did you find another source? So, we are adopting new flag regulations. I wonder what that's going to be. Who can fly a flag? Who can fly what flag and when? Oh boy. Well, I don't plan on putting my flag out anytime soon because that would just make everybody angry. Giving me, she says wait, reminds me of the movie Birds. To this day, I cannot watch that. I couldn't watch that movie either. That's the Alfred Hitchcock one, isn't it? Gives me severe nightmares. Yep. Okay, because I was going to say I could give you a couple more links if you really want the up close and, yeah, not secondhand information, but straight from the horse's mouth over here. But you have to put a translator on your browser. I want to know how many people in Greenland was part of the demonstration yesterday. The, just Greenland itself. I know about all the other countries, but I wanted to know what the numbers was in Nuke because it looked like it was at least twice the size it was last year. And maybe there's an update on the numbers now. Go birds, go, 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 fly away to the sky. Yeah, I think the weather's fixing to do something weird. Funny why the birds do not go into the house with the open door. There's a hole in the roof too. They don't, I guess. I don't know. I don't know what's going to happen to that house. It's been empty for about 7 years now because of mold. Apparently they're going to have to tear it down all the way to the foundation. And no one, I guess, has decided to buy it and do something with it. It's actually kind of in a catbird spot where it's at. think I'm burning out. Oh, I'm debating on. I kind of want to leave it running because it might snow some more and y'all would get to see it, but at the same time, y'all will be like, I won't be in here because I'll be in there sleeping. And I can't leave any music going, so I'm trying to figure out what to do about that. Unless I run one of my videos in the background where you hear it, then it'll confuse everybody because then they'll think I'm there when I'm not. Oh no! Can you put a caption? Can you put a caption on screen? That's a good question. Let me go into yeah, let me go see if that's even. I don't even know if that's possible, but I'll go look because I kind of want to leave it running and just go take a nap and then come back. Might as well leave it running because I think it's going to snow again. And it's fun. It's fun for you guys to see what's going on. Let me see here. I need to go where? Oh, let's go here first. I could put something in the title to say. I could change the title. I could take some of the. Yeah, hang on a minute. Let me see if I can figure something out. Where when people see the live, they'll know what's going on. What should I call the title so that people will understand what this is, what I'm doing? I'm trying to think what I want to put behind that. Is it snowing or? Well, I could change the title completely. I could say waiting for more snow, even though Katie's taking a nap, or something like that. I don't know what to say. What should I say, you guys? She says, "Can you put a caption on screen? Just waiting for snow." Waiting for it just while Katie takes a nap? Something? I don't know. Snowy day in Greenland. That's a good title. Snowy day in Greenland. Okay. It's too bad I couldn't figure out how to put music in it that wouldn't get me nailed. I wish Kevin was around because he probably could help with that. Search music with no license. Okay, let's see what I can find out. Free music to use to live streams without. What is this? Free music to use for live streams without worry of copyright strikes. This music is perfect for YouTube and Twitch live streams. So do I risk it and try it? What do y'all think? I don't even know what kind of music this is either. Lo-fi music for videos, no copyright, lullaby, free, endless nights. We need to hear. Royalty free, no copyright music. Discover dusk, a mesmerizing blend of dance music, electro. No, I don't want it to be wild. No copyright for YouTube. Copyright free music on in on. don't know where that's coming from. Oh, I know where it's coming from now. Because if it had music and people are coming in here while I'm sleeping, it won't bother them so much. So I kind of want to leave this running because it's going to snow again, I think. See, some of these say music for live streaming, no copyright. And it doesn't look like you have to download anything. But let me read this one first. Like, run it in the background, I guess. Free music to use for live streams without worry of copyright strikes. This music is perfect for YouTube and Twitch live streams. Free to use with attribution. I don't even know what that means. What does attribution mean? I don't know. Let me go look up it. Let's see. Attribution. The action regarding something as being caused by a person. What is attribution in music? Attribution is about crediting the copyright. Yes, you got to put their copyright in there. So that's not free. You can say stand by, wait. You can say stand by, be back at, and fill in the time and you'll get watch hours. Okay, that's a good idea. Because I'm trying to figure out what to say so that at least they'll know I'm coming back. So I need to sleep about 2 hours and then I'll be fine. Because I'm about to fall out of my chair. I'm tired now. I just realized I'm tired now. Let me fix that. Uh-oh, what just happened? That was interesting. Really? There's been that many people here already? Wow. Okay, I'm not going to complain. Um, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to go take a little nap. Dubravka says, Katie, can you sleep during the day? Yeah, I'm going to go. Here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to leave this up because it's going to snow again. As long as you see those ravens flying around like they've been doing, I think the weather's going, it might snow again. So I'm going to leave it up and I'm going to go lay down for a couple of hours and take a nap. And then I'll be back. But I'm going to leave it running, so y'all hold down the fort if you want to. I wish I could put music to it. But until I can figure out what kind of music I can get away with without getting bumped, yeah, there's that. So, y'all hang out and talk amongst yourself, or, you can vacate. It would be nice if you stuck around and left it running, but I'm not going to twist your arm. I'll be back in a couple of hours, okay? Is that alright with you and Sewing Wolf? Because I need to go take a nap. I'm getting a nasty headache. Maybe I won't have a bad dream. Rest. Okay, I'm going to go. I'll be back in a couple of hours. Maybe y'all can figure out, I don't know, come up with some funny game or something. That's what I need to do, is figure out how to put a game on my thing so when I'm do something like this, y'all can do something. Be back in a little while. Oh, and I could, wait a minute, let me do something real quick. I can put something in the title too. Hold on a minute. I just realized I hadn't done that. Give me a minute. Let me fix that. And then I'm going to go take a nap.
Disappear for a month and do this.
Okay, thank you. I'll be back soon. But I'm going to put a title on here real quick. Alright, where did you just go? I just made it, now you disappeared? Oh, there you go. Alright, cool. Nora.